Starting soon. Oh my god, I love it. Starting soon. Okay. Morning, Kitsune. Morning, everyone. Okay, I'm curious now. Is the pronunciation closer in British English? Because the way I would pronounce it, soon is soon, but then having sown things is sown. So it is a bit of the pun still works. It is just a bit of a different pronunciation, and I'm wondering if it's closer the way you would say it. Also, remember how last week I said I was gonna like plan things and cut more fabric because I need to do like the last outline on this? Definitely didn't do that. So, like, I suppose I could start a new one, like a new flower. But instead, I think I'm just going to keep working on my Star Quilt baby blanket because I would kind of like to have that done. Usually closer to sown or sewn. Okay. But the pun still works, so regardless. No, that's the wrong hand. I am clearly extremely awake this morning. I'm like, why is something off? Because I put the magnet on the wrong hand. Definitely not awake yet, but that's okay. That's why I sew on Sundays, because I don't have to be awake. Out. There we go. That'll work. Where was I? Where is my thread? My thread is there. So you might have noticed that 5-point stars don't exactly tessellate together nicely. Yes, I'm aware of that. So when I finish the stars, I will take, basically the process is I'll iron them so that they keep their creases really well. And then I'll go ahead and take the papers out of them. And I'm going to sew them down onto a backing. So I'll lay them against a backing fabric and sew along the edges to secure it down. So that's why they're not going to be sewn together edge to edge. They're going to be done on a backing fabric, and then the backing fabric will all get patched together. Not by hand. That'll all be machine work. Which I probably could get started on. I have a few stars done now. But what is time? Too many projects, not enough time, as usual. But that's okay. got my cards in to be able to do my Pokemon Shaker Charms for Desert Bus, so that's exciting. I'll be starting the... So I put up a poll to see which of the Eevee cards I should use, because I've got literally like 11 of them, or 12 of them. And got it narrowed down to 3 that everybody seems to like. So I'll probably make charms out of all 3 and then just kind of see which one turns out the best. And I've got all my Evolution cards now. So yeah, I can start planning what shapes and what colors I want them all to be. So that's a thing. I also finally got in the dies I ordered to do... Well, actually, I've got them right here. So I finished this. Finally got in the dies I ordered and was able to do some testing on Transflag charms. So it's probably a bit hard to see on camera. So the pink and the blue turned out perfectly. Yeah, the pink and the blue are amazing. The white, I can't decide if I want to either add more dye to it to make it a little bit more saturated, or I could add a little mica powder to it to make the white more translucent, but then it wouldn't match the pink and the blue as well. So I might just leave it like this and have the white be a little bit more subtle to it. Yeah, so these are and these are the ones I'm going to turn them into job stones. So when I put after I put the stuff in it, the beads or whatever, and put the transparency across the front, I'm gonna paint job symbols on the transparency, and then obviously coat it with more resin. And these are the ones that when I sell them, the benefits are gonna go to Chris's GoFundMe. So I'm really, really happy I finally got the dies in so that I could start making these. And I'm super happy with how the tests turned out. Like, this is pretty much what I wanted. I just have to figure out the best method of pouring the dye in so that it gets the nice... Obviously, they're not going to be like nice straight stripes. This one turned out really nicely. And I think the way that I did this one is because I did, I tried pouring, I think this is the one where I tried pouring the white down the middle first, and then I poured the pink and blue in on each side, and it kind of, the white kind of disappeared a little bit. This one, I think I poured the pink and the blue first, and then I stuck the white in the middle, and I think that worked a little bit better. Because after I did the pink and the blue, obviously they started to sort of spread in, and then putting the white in the middle forced them back out and made sort of the nicer striping. So I'll probably use that method on it. But yeah, so that's another thing I've been working on. Plus sewing, plus plus all of the things. Plus new job, which has been going really, really well. I just finished my first week. And obviously the first week is always a bit strange because Monday I was literally sitting there doing like 7 hours of training videos and stuff. Like all of the required like OSHA and WMIS and safety training that everybody has to take. And then some more like job specific training. So that was Monday. And then the rest of the week has kind of been just, so luckily my predecessor was in the job for 15 years, and he, like, bless him, I would love to meet him someday and thank him, because he left like really extensive step-by-step tutorials for a lot of the processes that I need to do. So that's been extremely helpful. So most of the week I've just kind of been reading over his documents and familiarizing myself with the various systems, and like the processes and stuff that I'll be doing. Thursday, my assistant, who's mostly been working remotely, came onto campus to actually show me how to do like some of the daily stuff. And so I tried that on my own yesterday, and it seemed to go pretty well. So that's cool. I also just spent time on like the frontline cash register for a while, because part of my job duties is doing the back end programming for it. So to be able to do the back end programming, it helps if I know how it functions and how the frontline workers are going to be using it. Plus, also, I'm just not super trained on anything else yet, and that was something I could do and free up the cash supervisor to go do other things that she needed to do. So yeah, it's been really good. I've really been enjoying it. The people are amazing. My manager is great so far. I love our head cashier. She is such a sweetheart. Yeah, so it's been really good. It's a lot of spreadsheets and a lot of like data tracking and pulling reports from databases and comparing them against other reports, and I actually really like that kind of thing. So yeah, I've really been enjoying it so far. I'm quite pleased and quite happy. And of course it's 2 minutes from my house. So yeah, the commute time is incredible, or non-existent, honestly. I've been able to come home for my lunch hour. Yeah, it's been really good. So yeah. And it will be, I believe, a continuing good life change going forward as far as like my energy levels and hopefully my time management. We'll see. Poor Sasha's confused though, because so her wet food dinner time is usually 6 o'clock, and she's used to, I usually get off at 4:30 and Kaylee gets off at 5, so I would usually wait for her and we'd come home together because we were working in the same place. So we'd be getting home at like 5:45, 6 o'clock. So Sasha got used to, oh, SJ and Kara are home. Okay, it's dinner time. And now I'm getting home at like 5 o'clock on the dot, or like 5:10. And she's like, oh, SJ's home. It's dinner time. And Jade and I are like, no, it's not, baby. You have an hour. But of course, she's just a little kitty. She doesn't know how clocks work. But she's been very confused. Because me coming home should equal dinner time. And now it suddenly doesn't. She's... Yeah. Speaking of, did you hear me talking about you? Come here. Yes, you heard your name. She's smart, but like... not as smart as she could be. She's smart in weird ways. Hi. Yes, I had just finished that one. Lucky you. Hi. Meh. Meh. Yes, I know you demand pets. Hi. Hello. I left you asleep downstairs, but you heard your name. You knew I was talking about you. Also, good morning, Dancer. I don't remember if I said that. Or I suppose good afternoon. Yeah, it would be good afternoon for both of you. Sasha is like that. Well, she definitely knows her name. So I wonder if she heard me saying her name and was like, oh, that's about me. Are you gonna settle? Are you gonna settle down so I can sew? Bath time. Boop. Okay, so that was 1 star finished. Pin. There we go. Hi. Yes, you are lovely. Yes, you know you're lovely. Ooh. Cooking and eating are good. What are you cooking and eating? Hi. What? Are you gonna settle or are you gonna get mad? Or are you just gonna bathe? Nope, there she goes. She'll probably be back. Chicken and leek bake. Ooh. That does sound good. Could have done with, yeah. Yeah. I find that, at least for me, leek is a strong enough flavor that I want something to soften it a little bit. I want, yeah, either some crust or some pasta or something to just soften the flavor of the leek a little bit. That might just be me, but I tend to find leek on its own is a bit too strong for me. Not the milk and water doubled up. Oh yeah, that's fair. But I'm glad it turned out decently. It's always disappointing when you go to make something and it just doesn't turn out right. A couple of the meal boxes that Kara and I get have done that, where it's like, not that we've done it wrong, but that it hasn't turned out the way we were expecting it to. And it's just kind of like, oh, well, we wanted to try this and we tried it, but now neither of us likes it. So usually we're much more successful. Usually we're pretty good about picking our boxes to be like, to be stuff that we figure we'll like. But now and then we'll see a recipe on there and it's like, oh, that's really different. We kind of want to try that. And they're not always to our tastes, but yeah, it's exactly like that, Kitsune. Where it's like, well, we tried it. Wish we liked it. Okay. Let's go orange. Turkey and ham. These are not usually meats I hear of going together. At least not over here. It's usually one or the other, I think. Oh, now I'm thinking about the time my dad made turkey chili. Oh, that was so good. Also, I hope the weather for y'all is slightly less bad today. We had a beautiful day yesterday, and it looks like it's going to be a beautiful day today. We're sitting at 14 degrees and sunny, and I gather that the rest of the world is not so fortunate from talking to people. I'm a beautiful day. Oh, Kitty. You flatter me. So hello. I mean, I try. Cloudy and thunderstorms. Oh, boo. Well, I mean, sometimes thunderstorms can be good, but in general, I prefer sunshine. Maybe the thunderstorms will help cut the heat a little. Because I gather the UK's been kind of steamy the past couple days. Yeah, exactly, Dancer. That's what I've been hearing. So hopefully the rain will help cut the heat a little bit and not just make it even more muggy. Ooh, hydrate. Okay. Thank you, Onyx Claw. Here, proof I am drinking. It's coffee, but I'm drinking. Everybody else should also hydrate. My channel point redemptions are for everybody. Friday was very warm. Comfy sunbeams. I mean, that's fair. Comfy sunbeams are good. 31 is a little bit too warm for me. I tend to prefer it around like 27, 28 is the upper end for my comfort level. I mean, it was heckin' windy here yesterday. I ran out for groceries and it almost got blown away. It was very windy, which is probably partially why it hasn't been getting super hot here. Yeah, that's fair, Kite. I find that like 30 degrees at street level in a city can be miserable because all the sun just kind of reflects and bounces back and forth off the buildings, and plus all the pavement heat just kind of makes it awful. But yeah, being up above all of that would definitely make it better. Also, I definitely didn't plan for the next round of hexagons like I said I was going to, so we're doing stars today instead. It's fine. They're both projects I need to get done, so it works. I mean, you are the geographically upper class, I think. The topologically upper class? Yeah, that's probably the word I wanted. Topographically, you are on top. Yes, I know what I just said. Okay, you're gonna have to explain that one to me. Sasha. What? Come on. Hi. Ma'am. Ma'am, that is a needle. Do not rub your face against the needle. Hi. This isn't actually your area of maths? Okay. Okay, I guess. I guess I'll let you off this time. Are you gonna stay? You're being loud. Are you gonna stay? Mm-hmm. For having such a soft and squeaky meow, she does have the loudest purring. Yeah, this is Sasha, our house floofball. Okay, interesting. The idealized versions of shapes. I never thought that that would be a thing to study, but I guess it would be, wouldn't it? I think she's a little bit too round to be a house panther. She's definitely a house goblin. That's usually what we refer to her as. A goblin that is licking her paws. Oh, nope, there she goes again. You just can't settle this morning, can you? No, she's gone to sit in the windowsill. Are you staring at those birds again? There are birds nesting in the eaves of the building one over from us, and she's discovered that they're there. So now she'll run and sit in the window and stare at them as they go in and out of their little nesting space. Yeah, exactly. Her TV show is on. Bird TV. Cups with handles are also donuts. Cups without. Oh. Interesting. Theoretical shape math. Interesting. It's like weird. I almost want to say weird geometry. Looking at like the shape of something when you stretch it and transform it. Interesting. I was also fairly terrible at math. I'm decent at finance and accounting because a lot of that is here's your numbers, now plug them into these forms, and not so much formula and theory, which I'm not great at. Like algebra and calculus, I was really, really bad at trying to like solve for unknowns. It is not something I'm great at. Thud. She jumps out of the windowsill. Put these back where Sasha was sitting on them. Topology, branch of mathematics, sometimes referred to as rubber sheet geometry. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. In which two objects are considered equivalent if they could be continuously deformed into one another through such motions in space as bending, twisting, stretching, and shrinking, while disallowing tearing apart or gluing together. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, and that puts it far more succinctly than I would have been able to put into words. Okay, that's really interesting. like learning with Kite. My Sunday streams always seem to turn into what can we learn this week, and I love it. Yeah, math is terrible. And here I am sitting in a finance job, but it's fine. It's fine. It's only a little math. Only a little math, which has no real bearing. Unless you are in that field. I wonder if I should maybe have done these all the same direction. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So I'm working on a baby blanket. I have a nephew that'll be coming along in, well, his mom is due in November. So I'm planning to go down and see them in probably December or January. And I'm hoping to have a baby blanket done by then. I've got some of the finished, so I'm making stars. And then what I'll do is I'm gonna lay the stars against a square backing piece, and I'll sew them down so that they're held onto a square piece, and then I'll be able to sew the square pieces together to create a baby blanket. My sister crochets, so, well, I also crochet, but both of us crochet, so I told her she can make yarn blankets and I'll make fabric blankets. So this kid is going to be set up. But yeah, right now I'm just sort of working on the initial star assembly. I've got all of the fabric pieces cut. I've got a whole stack of fabric squares over here. So that's all prepped. I just need to actually sew the diamonds and then sew the diamonds into stars. And then follow all the further steps to turn it into a blanket. It's probably going to be a fairly big blanket. I'm kind of aiming for it to be like a floor mat kind of thing, so that if the baby's playing on the floor or laying on the floor, they can spread it out and have it as like a play mat and a cushion. And also so that once the kid gets bigger, they can still, you know, carry it around and cuddle it and use it, and not have it be, you know, an infant-sized blanket that instantly gets outgrown. There we go. All right, is this enough thread for one more? Probably not quite. I wish I had 12 good kitties. I'm not sure 12 good kitties would get along. They definitely wouldn't get along with Sasha. Sasha is not a fan of other kitties, good or otherwise. I only need one more before I start stitching these together. Therefore, I should use white thread instead. Look at me thinking ahead. 12 kitties is a pack of kitties. Can I get those at the grocery store? I think they sell those in 12 packs. Crocheting a ooh, a triangle blanket. That's interesting. It's not usually a shape you see in crochet. Granny squares are always fun. I've done a couple of those because I'm definitely one of those people. I don't like throwing out scraps. I see that as too much of a waste. So with both my quilting and crochet, I tend to keep all of my scraps, and then yeah, my yarn scraps usually get turned into granny squares. And my quilt scraps get turned into various things. Kitties in 6-packs. I mean, yeah, that's probably a little bit more sustainable. Yeah, go with that. I might need to sharpen this needle soon. I think I say that every week and then I never do. It's fine. It's just getting a little bit dull from continuously punching through the paper. So the ones that I use occasionally need a sharpening. Some of these stars end up being all one color. I'm trying to remember back to when I was cutting them, but I think most of them are 3 and 2. Just because the fabric that I was cutting them from, I got a charm pack, which is it's a quilting thing where it's a pack of 5-inch squares. So the 5-inch squares cut really, really nicely into 2.5-inch squares, which is what these are. Oh, she's back. Hi. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Hello. Are you gonna settle down? I wouldn't call you weird. That actually sounds really cool. It's definitely different. B. So yeah, so the 5-inch square pre-cut turn into 2.5-inch squares really nicely. So that's why I did that. But usually it'll only come with one or maybe two pieces of the same fabric. Because charm packs and pre-cuts are meant to be a bunch of different fabrics. So if I only had one of that particular fabric, it would only give me 4 squares, which is not enough for a 5-point star. So I think most of these are 2 and 3 of the same pattern but different colors. And I like the effect that gives too. Hi. Hello. Are you gonna settle here now? I love when she does the little needy paws. Hi. Yes, I love you too. You know Sunday mornings are for streaming. You can't be mad that I'm up here. You know what Sunday mornings are. Everybody thinks you're very beautiful. You're also a needy little brat. Yeah, she's very cute. The problem is she knows it. Ma'am, those are my quilt pieces. Please, ma'am. Those are not your toy mousies. Would you like to settle? I know for a fact if I bring my sewing back over on top of her, she will bat at the thread. Yeah, she does think it's a toy. The problem is that this is roughly the same size as one of her like toy felt mouses. So she might in fact think it is a toy. Yes, you're very majestic and beautiful. Boop. Yeah, she was, we got her at the shelter, and there's statistics that say, at least in our area, that black cats are somewhat more unadoptable. I don't know why, because they're so charming and beautiful. But yeah, when we were at the shelter, she was in sort of her own little room by herself because she doesn't really get along with other cats. And we went in to see her, and she pretended very hard like she was a sweet, well-adjusted, normal kitty. And then we got her home, and turns out she's a little weirdo, but that's okay. We love her anyhow. Yeah, it probably is because of the unlucky thing, but yeah, no, we've never bought into that. She's beautiful. 6 cats and 3 are black. That sounds very lucky to me. Alright, let's see if she'll actually settle. Yeah, I love cats. It would be nice to have more cats. But we've had a couple roommates that had cats previously, and Sasha just does not get along with them. She doesn't fight with them or attack them really, but it clearly makes her unhappy. So when our last roommate moved out, we decided that, yeah, Sasha is a by herself cat. And that's okay. That means she gets all the love. Yes, you're spoiled. Yes, you are. You're spoiled. Cats aren't exactly the most social animals. Yeah, and it really does depend on their personality, and I think when they got introduced to other cats. So like if you have kittens, you can socialize them early on and get them used to pretty much anything. But when we got Sasha, the vet estimated that she was already like 3-ish. So she was already set in her ways. Also, we don't know where she came from. All we know, like all the shelter was allowed to tell us, was that she was a surrender by bylaw, which means that wherever she was previously, one of the bylaw officers went in and took her. And that could be for several reasons, and we don't know why. It could have been like a hoarding situation where maybe the person had way too many animals in too small of a space. That's kind of what we suspect, considering that she doesn't seem to like other animals. But we don't know for sure. Oh, there she goes again. You're really restless today. Normally she'll just kind of jump up and settle and sleep. A tux cat, a reverse tux, and a calico. Oh, they all sound lovely. I love cats. Yeah, you don't know what you want this morning, Sasha. She'll probably be back up here again. Unless she finally goes downstairs to settle somewhere. I think it's probably because Jade's not home. And I think she's figured out that Jade's not home. She's coming back tonight. You're fine. Oh, I wonder if she has kibble in her bowl, though. I checked last night before I went to bed. Did I check this morning? I'm not awake yet, so I might not have. But usually if she was hungry, she'd be acting differently than this. This is just... she's restless and doesn't know what she wants. If she was hungry, she would be letting me know that she was hungry. So I don't think it's that. She has a very distinct way that she acts when she's hungry. She's actually quite polite about it. She'll jump up and she'll meow very insistently, but she'll like paw at my hand and paw at my arm, and stare at my eyes and meow, like hello, hello, hungry, hello. Oh, yeah, that's really sad, Dancer. I'm glad that she's in a much better home now. Oh, that is a cat hair. That is a long cat hair. My goodness, Sasha. I really hope this baby is not allergic to cats. Neither my brother nor his wife are, so hopefully. Fingers crossed. Tux cats are Sam and Dean. That's precious. I love it. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, we didn't name Sasha. Sasha was the name she had at the shelter, so... I don't know who named her, whether it was one of the shelter workers or whether that was the name she had at her old home. But it fit her. Like, we were considering renaming her, and then once we got her home and realized what a prissy little princess she is, we were like, nope, Sasha fits. It's such an elegant, slightly old-fashioned name. It just seemed to work for her, so we kept her name Sasha. And she definitely knows her name. So. She lived a long life. Okay, that's good. That's all you can really hope for with animals. Ah, come on, thread. There we go. What? You just don't know what you want. Nope. Come on. Hello. Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am, your butt. There we go. think she just wants attention, honestly. She wants the petting and the love. Hi. Hi. Doctor Who the Callie? Oh, that's precious. I love that. Hi. Are you gonna stay this time? I might as well title this stream Conversations with Sasha. Fine. Ma'am, you're so big you don't even fit on camera. You have so much fluff. She's also a little hot water bottle. She's so warm. I love when she comes and sits on my lap in the winter. Nope. Ma'am, no, 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 no. Do not stand on the keyboard. Just chill. Just chill a little bit. It's fine. Be cool, Sasha. She wanted to type. Yeah, she does. She also knows that's a good way to get attention, because the moment she stands on a keyboard, suddenly everybody's paying attention to her. Knowing my luck, she would stand on something that's a hotkey for OBS, though. She is a cute little attention seeker. Yes, I love you too. Oh. Really, ma'am? Alright, sorry for any noise. She is rubbing around the microphone because she can. Ma'am. Excuse you. Oh, is that how it is? Okay. She's decided she wants to sit on the shelf behind the microphone. Are you actually going to settle there? I suspect she wants to be on my lap, but she doesn't want me sewing on top of her. Which, unfortunately, cannot happen. My only other option is to pick up crochet, and you like that even less. What? Oh, I need the yellow one next. The yellow one goes there. Break time, pay attention to me. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes she'll settle down and go to sleep and not mind me sewing on top of her, but then I think sometimes she's a little bit ticklish. with like the thread in the fabric trailing across her fur. I think sometimes she doesn't like that. No, she's okay. She's fairly settled now. She's settled on a shelf where she can see me and watch me without being tickled, I suppose. Ooh, tacos for the dragon. Excellent. Our little pet friend. I named it Carby because it kind of looks like a carbuncle from Final Fantasy. And because I couldn't really think of anything else. They have another art style that's more traditionally dragony for this app. Ooh, doing a battle. Yay, we win. Excellent. So we get to keep our little crown. It does look like a carbuncle, right? I like the little ear, the big ears and the fluffy tail on it. So I chose that over the... I think you can just like switch back and forth between this and the more lizardy dragon, but I like the Carby for now. And yay, having a channel point sync. Shoot, I meant to put laundry on before stream. Oh well, that can be an after stream problem. Yep. Oh my god, an Urianger Snurge bot would be amazing, Kite. Please. I mean, obviously only if you want to. That sounds like so much work, but that would be amazing. I love Urianger so much. Burb. Mini burb. Believe that was 11 o'clock. I want to say that's a northern oriole. They're all North American birds. Some of them more common in some areas than others. I mean, I might be persuaded because that sounds amazing. What format do you want that in? Just separate lines? Is that where I want it? Yes. One line per piece of dialogue. All right, I'll see what I can do. I am willing to put in the work and to get an Urianger bot in return. I love him so much. Especially, like, I already liked him, but all of the development he got in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, oh my god. I love him. I love him and his stupid bromance with Thancred. Sorry, stand by. There we go. Someday I'll figure out how to hold my sewing in a consistent place. And again, if you hear any like weird purry grumbly noises, she is laying directly behind the microphone. I wonder if she'll let me get a picture of this. One second. Yes, you are a precious baby. Look at this. Yeah, she is laying on, well, it's a chair pulled up beside where I'm streaming, but she is like just cuddled directly behind the microphone. Hello, Merlin. Good morning. Carrots for the dragon. Yeah, I think she's finally settled. I think she wanted company, but not to have me sewing on top of her. Emperor. Yeah, I'd listen to that. Just set my phone over there. Did I not the end of this? Nope. Okay. Glad I checked. And then the last scene is there. She also snores. So if you can hear little grumbly noises that aren't quite purring, she's probably snoring. I suppose now that Kara has a good headset, I could try using that for a stream or two. Because that may cut down on traffic noises. Because my condenser mic is fantastic, but it picks up everything, as we've noticed. And I wonder if the headset mic might be a little bit more focused. I can at least give it a try and see how the sound quality is. Change the gain. Yeah. I mean, yeah. There we go. Stars on stars. Oh, yeah, she's passed out. What a good baby. Merlin, I wanted to show you. I did, my dyes finally came in, so I did some experimentations, and I love how they came out. I mean, the white shows. It's never going to be super saturated. So, yeah. Yeah, they came out really, really well. So, I just need to find time to finish them. Yeah, no, they turned out really, really nice. I'm super happy with these dyes. I was afraid the shades on either the blue or the pink would be off, but no, they're both perfect. Okay, so I need more papers. Throw that on my pile of stars. And I grabbed better scissors. There we go. Yep, they'll be shakers. They're the ones I'm gonna turn into jobstone shakers to benefit Chris. Obviously they're currently empty, but yes, they will be shakers. So yeah, if anyone has, obviously I can only make them in smallish batches, so if anyone has, I will probably put them up on Etsy in batches, so like a healer set, a tank set, an arranged DPS set, etc. So if anyone has ones they want me to prioritize, I can certainly do that. Yes, Merlin. Stream the things. I'm actually probably going to be doing, if I find time, I won't be doing it on stream because I'm not talented. But there's a pet site that I'm on that I love. I've been on it for years. But it's like an art focused site, so every pet is unique. Oh, so the line art is the same, the line art is set, but then as an individual user you can color the pet however you want and then submit it to be uploaded and become a site pet or just your personal pet. And then you can also breed them together, and all of the breedings are done completely custom by artists. So if you breed like a pink cat creature and with, you know, like a pink striped cat creature with a blue polka dotted cat creature, then an artist will actually draw or color the babies for you. And you could end up with like a purple polka dotted one or a pink one with blue polka dots, or like they'll do a custom baby for you. And it's a whole system. They've got a whole bunch of different kinds of items that you use to breed them that all have different effects. But one of the cheaper ones, because it doesn't always work, is what they call a radioactive breeding coin. And it's so the site is called AWAS, which I will there. And I'll send you an actual link after. It's really fun. It's not the most active site, but it's more active than you would expect, and it's so much fun. But you can get a radioactive breeding coin, which you can use to breed any two pets together. They don't have to be the same species. And you have a chance of getting like a random regular baby of any other species. From what I understand, the breeding artist basically rolls a dice Um, or you can get a mutant. Most of the time, you will get a mutant. Which, when you get a mutant baby, it is a cut and pasted PNG pet of whatever the parents were. So, um, like if you breed, say, a horse and a dragon together, then and you get a mutant, then the artist will cut and paste bits and pieces from both parents and rearrange them into a new creature. And because it's a mutant, it doesn't even have to be a coherent creature. Um, like you could end up with the dragon's wings folded together to form a sort of a body shape with the horse's legs sticking off the bottom and then the eyeballs stuck on from one or both parents. Um, you can get some incredibly fun mutants. Um, but the site is actually looking for artists for that breeding coin right now. And I adore the mutants. They're so much fun. And I actually really like coloring pets too, so I'm going to, because to apply, they give you a couple test breedings and go, okay, well, make babies for these to test your actual skills and stuff, and see if you have um, the necessary quality to be a site artist. Um, so I'm gonna try and color some of the test babies and see how they come out and see if I can apply for that, because it's really fun. It's really cute. And you get paid in site currency. It's not a super high budget site from what I understand. Um, they do take in money from ads and from like item sales and stuff. But site artists are mostly paid in site credit, which I'm fine with. That works for me. But yeah, it's a really fun site. So yeah, feel free to poke around if you have any questions or like want to get deeper into it. Let me know, because it can get super complicated at times with all the different systems they have set up. But it's really fun. I've been playing around on this site since university. And I can send you links to like some of my pets and stuff so you can see kind of what they look like. And but yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a good site. So I might mess around this afternoon with coloring some babies and see how it goes. But also I have so many other things to do. Like I said, I probably wouldn't be coloring on stream at all. I'm actually not sure what their streaming policy is. I'm sure they probably have one. I just haven't gone to look at it because I'm not planning to stream any AWAS art. But I do like coloring them. I find it really, really relaxing. Because because you can also like, you'll be able to, if you have certain items, you can edit the pet lines. So like you've got your cat pet, but if you wanted and you had a certain item, you could put, you could go into the art files yourself and change it and put a sweater on it or a scarf on it, or give it different hair or ears or whatever, and then upload that. I'm not super good at putting edits onto them, but I really, really enjoy coloring just the line art as is. So that's kind of why I'm going for that breeding coin rather than some of the others. But yeah, it's a cool place. I've actually been meaning to bring it to your attention for a while, Merlin, because it does seem like the kind of thing that you'd like. I just keep forgetting about it. It is a little bit, yeah. It's the same sort of general idea with like much more of a creativity and art focus. Because you know, every pet can be unique because it's got the original artist's stamp on it. It's not as, what do I want to say? Industrialized is not the word I'm going for. Standardized. It's not as standardized as Neopets. There's a lot more room for creativity and uniqueness. But yeah, it's the same sort of general idea as far as like raising pets and playing games with them and that kind of idea. Oh, yes. Let me... I think it's the same as it always is. Well, my old... The one that I used to use before I used Patchwork. I should have that open somewhere. Where do I have that open? There it is. Copy. Paste. There we go. No, do you want to hit enter? There we go. I think I hit shift instead. Streaming later this evening. Okay. That sounds good. I mean, either one is good. I love watching you art, but also Little Witch in the Woods was so cute. I had heard people talking about it, and I just hadn't... And, like, yeah, I remember you recommending it to me. I just hadn't had a chance to poke it much yet, but it's really cute. I think Kara might be considering picking it up. Because she likes that kind of game, but she hates time management. Like, where you have to have things done by a deadline. But Little Witch in the Woods seems much more chill, so she might actually pick that up herself. Oh my god, yes, all the arson. Burn the forest down, it'll be fine. Yeah, but it's not like some of the management games you can find where it's like super hard deadlines all the time. That stresses her out, where it's like you have to get this, and this done in a day, go. Or you have to have this amount of money by this time, go. But yeah, Little Witch in the Woods seems much more chill and much more kind of her style. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna get her to play Stardew too. We'll actually probably end up playing Stardew as co-op at some point. But I need to do more research because I have a bunch of mods on mine. So I need to go in and figure out which ones she also has to have and how to get that set up to do co-op to make it all work. We just haven't had time to get it set up yet, but yeah, I'm planning to have her play Stardew too. Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, I'd be super down for that, Merlin. Like I said, we would just have to make sure our mod lists were compatible and figure out how we wanted to do it. But yeah, I'd totally be down for that. That'd be fun. Yes, Stardew. Most of my mods are like, I think I have an easy fishing mod because the fishing drives me insane. But most of the mods that I have, I think, are just like, here's extra crops and extra trees and extra flowers so that there's more to do and more variety. And then the only one that's like absolutely vital for me is I have one where time only passes when you expend stamina instead of passing at a constant rate all the time. Because again, it's kind of that stress factor, right? It lengthens the day and takes the time management factor out of it. Because then time only passes when you're actually doing things and you don't have to stress so much about the time it takes to run from one end of the map to the other. Which was one thing that kind of annoys me about Stardew, was that, okay, well, I need to go and talk to this person on the other side of town, and it's gonna take me 3 hours to get there and back. But I also need to do this, this, and this, so that, yeah, so the mod that only makes time tick when you expend stamina is very, very helpful, because then you're not as stressed trying to juggle the social aspects and the, okay, but I need to go talk to these people aspects. Oh yeah, the Stardew Valley expanded. I have not even looked at that one, because I think it came out after I had kind of fallen off playing. But yeah, I also just need to remember how to run modded Stardew Valley, because it's a whole process and I haven't done it in a while. Luckily, the wiki is very helpful. Almost finished with Fashion Beltier. Ooh. Spicy. Also, your anatomy is getting so frickin' good, Merlin. Oh. Yeah, Sasha's passed out. She has decided that that is the spot. Well, yeah, he better have said the same thing as that, or the same thing, because it's true. Yeah, but you're the artist, so your opinion doesn't count. The artist is always going to see their own work as... The artist is always going to see the mistakes. Always. That's just how it is. Even for me with, like, quilting and stuff. When I look at some of my quilts, everybody will be like, oh my god, that's so amazing, it's beautiful. And all I can see is the places where the corners don't match and the seams don't line up. Like, the artist or the maker is always just going to see the mistakes. That's just kind of human nature. And the trick is learning to take a step back and accept the compliments and realize that you're always going to see your own work differently than how other people do. Okay, yeah, this is one where it's all the same color. There's a few of them. Exactly. There you go, Merlin. Accept our love. Accept our love and praise. I mean, you can run and hide, but that just means we'll have to shout our praise louder. So everyone can hear it. Yeah, exactly. And that's probably one of the harder ones. Because it's easy to say, oh, you should love and accept yourself. It's really hard to actually do it. It's a process, and it's a choice. Like, you have to choose to love yourself and say, okay, well, these things I might not be happy with, but you have to make the effort to say, okay, well, but these are things I'm happy with. Because it's okay to want to change things about yourself, but you also have to make the effort to find the things that that you are happy with, because you can't always just be down on yourself all the time. Like, yeah, exactly what Kitsune said. It is a form of self-care to be kind to yourself. And sometimes that's one of the more difficult things to do. It's trying to find that balance, right? Between being kind to yourself and, okay, here's the things I want to change. Ooh, a more frivolous note. Does it involve foxes? Or possibly board games? Oh! Kitsune has gifted a sub to the Eorzea Hopebot. Amazing. Thank you, Kitsune. I'm sure Hopebot appreciates it. Okay, you know what? Let's celebrate that. Hang on. Since we do have Hopebot in the chat. Okay. Fuzro Da has been captured by the Garleans. Can Scooty McBooty, Test Elf, and the Rat save them? I mean, probably. That sounds like a good party. I'm gonna guess Scooty McBooty is the tank. Test Elf... I don't know, I feel like Test Elf could be a healer or a DPS. The Rat is definitely a ninja. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly, dancers. Sometimes changes are good. It's a matter of, again, finding that balance between, I hate myself, I want to change everything about myself, and, oh, you shouldn't change anything at all, you're perfect the way you are. Neither of those is correct. You have to try to find the balance between them. Also, good morning, Randus. Brunch sounds delightful. I will probably take a break here in about 20 minutes. We will, once the noon owl sounds, I will call a brief break so that I can run down and eat some yogurts. And then we will reconvene. That's in a bit. Yes, yes. But also, yeah, we do have HopeBot, so if anyone wants to force me to read party commands, please do. It's one of the more inspired commands that Kite gave the bot, as far as I'm concerned. I should make an alt that's just canonically 3 Namazu in a trench coat. Yeah, Dancer, and health is a hard one too, because it's not, you know, it's one thing to say, oh, okay, I acknowledge that I'm too mean sometimes, or I acknowledge that I'm too hard on people when this happens. I want to change that. And it's different to say, okay, well, I need to make this change, and this change for my health. Like, it's hard. But it's really good that you're acknowledging that and working on it. I really admire that. And if there's anything we can do to help, please let us know. Like, I do meds reminders, I do, you know, stretch reminders, anything I can help out my friends with. I would love to try to do that. But yeah, health is hard. I hope yours can get better soon. Ooh, but also Kitty. Oh yeah, that's the worst. So my roommate Jade, and I know she won't care if I talk about this because she doesn't mind. So our roommate Jade has had lung issues for like forever. Basically she had like viral pneumonia when she was 14 or 15, and her lungs have just never recovered from it. And she would basically, if she got too stressed out, would just start coughing up blood. And doctors couldn't figure out why. Like, she literally went around and around and around to like every specialist in the city, and none of them could figure out what was going on or how to make it better. And she finally did get a diagnosis last year. So yeah, like it's been an incredible change, because now she knows how to treat it, and she's on medication that's actually helping. So yeah, I really hope you can find a diagnosis. Just all I can say is keep trying. If the doctors don't know what's going on, keep going to more doctors. I mean, that's really all you can do. And I know it's really tough and can be really frustrating and discouraging, because I've watched Jade have to go through it. But yeah, so fun fact, come to find out, she has endometriosis of the lungs, which doesn't happen usually. She's like, I think they told her she's like case number 35 in Canada ever at all. But because of that, now, since it is just endometriosis in a place they never expected it to be, she can take medications and they are starting to help. Yeah, it's apparently a thing. So usually endometriosis affects the uterus and the ovaries. And for whatever reason, in her case, it migrated upward and was attacking the bottom of her lungs instead. And they don't know. It might have been triggered by the viral pneumonia. They don't really know for sure. But yeah, that's what it is. We had no idea that was a thing either. Um, well, and what finally got her the diagnosis was terrifying. Um, she woke us up in the middle of the night last year and was like, "Hey, I can't breathe. My lung hurts really, really bad. I think I broke a rib," is what she thought. Because she just had like this really, really sharp pain in her side, like in the side of her rib cage. And she had just, like, she's nocturnal, so she had been just sitting on the couch playing video games and had shifted to try to get up. And she thought she had just shifted wrong because she felt like a pop, and then all of a sudden just this shooting pain in her side. So she woke us up and she's like, this is really bad. This is not normal. I don't know what's going on. And we're like, okay, you're going to the hospital. So sent her to the hospital, and come to find out, her lung basically popped. Like, she had a partially collapsed lung where the endometriosis had just weakened it enough that it collapsed. And she was, thank God, she was okay. Like, she got there in time. They were able to take care of her. She's fine now. And in fact, she's much better now because with the collapsed lung, I don't know if it prompted them to do like different diagnostics, or if it was just because different people were taking a look at her x-rays and stuff. But that's what led to the diagnosis of like, oh hey, this looks like endo. And turns out it was. So yeah, she's doing much, much better now. Like I said, she's been able to get on medications that have helped a lot. But yeah, it was so scary because it was like 3 in the morning, and it was almost exactly a year ago. It was June of 2021, still in the middle of COVID. So Kara and I couldn't go with her. Like, we called the ambulance and called her mom, because Jade's mom was living just outside of the city. So we called her to let her know, like, okay, hey, Jade's on her way to the hospital, this hospital, here's what's going on. But Kara and I couldn't go with her. So, I mean, obviously Jade's an adult, she can take care of herself, but just sending her off by herself in the middle of COVID to the hospital with a lung issue was terrifying. Yeah, I think we sat up for pretty much the rest of the night because we just couldn't get back to sleep. But yeah, luckily she's okay. She's fine now. But yeah, it was one of the scariest things I've ever had to go through that didn't involve like me personally. But yeah, so long winding story, health is a bitch, and like getting a diagnosis is sometimes so hard, but also like the most important step because you can't really treat it until you know what it is. And that's the roughest part sometimes. All right, that's it for that thread. Wait. Oh. Sasha's twitching in her sleep. I wonder if she's dreaming about something. She's doing like the little paw and whisker twitches that cats do. Yeah, exactly. The sometimes the worst part is not knowing what it is, and once you actually get the diagnosis, it's like, okay, now at least I know what I'm fighting. Not knowing why stuff is happening, especially with your own body, can be the worst part. Slush is merely plotting her revenge? Possibly. I don't think I've done anything to upset her today, except try to sew on top of her, which she was not pleased with, apparently. Yeah, good luck, Dancer. I hope that goes well. Ooh, in more positive news, so there's a game that I've been staring at for quite a while that came out in May, um, that I was convinced my laptop would never ever ever run it just because of the graphics requirements. And so I was just kind of sadly watching people stream it and stuff. But then I realized it has a free demo to it. So I was like, you know what? Sometimes my computer can run things that I'm not expecting it to. What the heck? It's not going to hurt me to download the demo and try. And then at least I know for sure, right? Turns out my computer can run it. Sort of. Um, it's not, like, obviously it's not streamable quality. I can't have anything else running while the game is running. And it lags, but it runs. And it's a simulation game, so it doesn't need perfect reaction time. Lag is fine. I'm just happy it actually runs. So that means I can get the full game and actually play it. Hooray. Still hoping it gets a console release so that I can actually play it decently. But I'll take what I can get. It's fine. It is potentially the nerdiest game possible. It's Dinosaur Excavation Simulator. It's fun as hell. Well, for me. Because it's a paleontology simulator to the point of you have to, like, drive your car to the dig site, set up barriers, dig up the rocks, wash the mud off the rocks, scan it to see if there's bones in it, cover it in plaster, put it in a crate, and ship it back to the museum. Like, it is very minute, step by step. Some people would definitely find it tedious. I love that kind of game. And so, yeah, I'm all over it. The Jurassic Park. Oh, like the park builder one? Yeah, that looks fun. where it's like kind of Zoo Tycoon but Jurassic Park. I think Jade has the first one, because I think the one that just came out is the second one, if I'm thinking of the right game. Yeah, no, let me find a link. I swear I have a link to it. Because yeah, it's like I said, it's definitely a game that some people would find really, really tedious. But I love that kind of like realism, and I almost enjoy the tediousness of it. There it is. Oh, Dinosaur Fossil Hunter is what it's called. I thought it had excavation in the name somewhere. Yeah, Jurassic World Evolution. And then... that's the one that I was talking about. Yeah, no, Jurassic World. I've watched Jade play some of Jurassic World Evolution. It looks really fun. I should probably pick that one up at some point too. But again, that's... although I think that one is available on PS4. I should pick that up. Because again, that's one where I'm not sure my computer would run it at a decent speed. It would probably be laggy, but I might be able to pick it up on PS4. Notes to self. But yeah, and then Dinosaur Fossil Hunter, if you go to the devs page, there's a prologue that's free to download too, to try out the mechanics, to see if it's something you like, and also to test the graphics settings and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I've really been enjoying it. It's a lot of fun. Come on, thread. There we go. It is the one downside of these star shapes. There's more like pointy bits for my thread to get caught between or behind. Oh, Big Stretch. Hello. Good morning. She's doing the sleepy cat blinking at me where she's like, wait, where am I? What did I do? Where did I go? It's like, honey, you've been asleep. Oh man, yeah, that's a mood dancer. I used to play hours of Zoo Tycoon as a kid. Thud. There she goes. Oh, there is kibble in her bowl because I can hear her eating it. Crunch, 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 crunch. I never got into The Sims, but I think that's just because like I never had one of the Sims games. My parents never bought them for me. Yeah, Zoo Tycoon, to a lesser extent Roller Coaster Tycoon, and SimCity. I played a lot of SimCity as a kid. Not like SimCity Skylines or SimCity 2000. I'm talking like the original old school, like 1995 SimCity. Might even be older than that, I don't remember. But yeah, that was my jam. Theme Hospital. Now that one I've never heard of. Oh, okay. Merlin is telling us to stretch. So let me just... Ah! Lost my thimble. So yes, everybody stretch. Everybody take a second. Unshrimp yourself. Stand up if you're sitting down. Sit down if you've been standing up. I will be taking a break here in a few minutes so that I will get up and move around as well. No, I'm going to be getting my yogurt in a couple minutes. I was waiting for the noon owl. Do some hand stretches. Oof, sorry for that. That was my wrists. Oh, I love roller coasters. I really want to, like, go back to a theme park at some point soon. I've never actually been to Canada's Wonderland. So we were kind of planning to go this summer, but COVID is still kind of a thing. So maybe next summer. Because I love roller coasters so much. Alright, I will finish this last scene and then take a break. Yeah. Come on, thread. There we go. Who do I look like? Julie? That's a Hayak. Oh man, yeah. Going to Orlando as an adult is awesome. Brib. I've been twice. My parents took us when I was... Like, I remember it, but only kinda. I was probably like 9 or 10. And then when we went back when I was... well, I would have been 17, because it was the summer between... After I graduated high school, before I went to college, my parents took us all back to Disney World. That was really fun. Because, like, we were all old enough that we could appreciate the rides and appreciate the attractions. And my parents didn't have to try to corral little kids like they did the first time. I don't know how they managed it the first time. Because if I was 9 or 10, my siblings would have been like 5 and 6, 4 and 5, somewhere in there. Aw. I still remember my very first looping roller coaster was at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, because we'd gone on a vacation to, like, I think Washington D.C. and Colonial Williamsburg and sort of the all the historical sites out there, and then we spent a day at Busch Gardens, and my dad and I went on the Loch Ness Monster, which was my first ever looping roller coaster. I was probably 11 or 12 at that point. point. I don't remember exactly when that was. Alright, so I finished this star. I am going to take a short break after I knot my thread here before I forget. Everybody get up, grab a drink, stretch, shake out your limbs, get your blood flowing again. Maybe grab something to eat if it is the proper time zone for you and you have not yet eaten. And I will be back in a couple minutes. See if I can get my wristlet off here without stabbing myself. There we go. All right, I will be back in a couple minutes. There. Yeah, so these are all the kitties I've lived with over the years, um, or have had the pleasure to know. Um, Plus Merlin's two kitties. So that's Oliver, whom I babysit a lot, because he's dumb and won't eat if he's alone. That one's Piper. That's one of Merlin's. I believe they are ancient. No, it's the dog that's ancient. And that's Theo, who is orange. Hey, Dobby. God, he looks so cute. That one's Sasha, of course. Jade actually took that picture of her at the cottage, and it's precious. That's Biscuit. So that was Kara's mom's cat, who has since sadly passed, but she lived to be 18. That's Annie. She was a roommate's cat, and super skittish. That's the only picture I ever got. And then that's Lance. He was my childhood cat. He was my parents' cat when I was growing up. And he was a grumpy old man even as a kitten. Because he was a Russian blue, and he definitely had the Russian blue personality of, no, don't touch me, get off my lawn, meh, 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 even when he was little. Which was always kind of hilarious. But yeah, so that's my slideshow of kitties. Oh no. Yep, that's exactly it, Yelk. Whenever my friend Christy is leaving for the weekend to like go visit her mom or whatever, if she's not taking Ollie with her, I have to go over and sit with him for like half an hour. Otherwise, he just won't eat. I don't know if it's separation anxiety or if he's just that dumb. But yeah, it's terrible because like he'll I'll come inside and he'll like rub around my feet once and then immediately run over to the food bowl. Like he was waiting for somebody to show up so he could go eat. And it's like, Ollie, please. Well, if she's going to be gone for a longer period of time, she usually takes Ollie with her. It's mostly just if she's going to be gone for like a weekend, she doesn't bother. But yeah, he's dumb. It's like, honey, you can eat by yourself, you know. Oh yeah, Lance was awesome. He was so soft. He had like that double layered Russian blue coat. Yeah, these are diamonds. Um, so remember how I said last week that I was gonna like plan and cut extra fabric because I need to do that last layer on the star? I definitely didn't do that. So we're working on the baby blanket this week, which is fine because I have to have that done too. But yeah, non-hexes this week. I know, it's weird. I think I keep mistaking Piper for being Ancient Merlin because she just looks grumpy. Or he, they. Yes, it is different than what's in the photo because I don't actually. I should take a photo to go with this one. Um, but yes, it is different. My sincerest apologies. Um, Let me. So this is what these will look like. Yeah, he looks so grumpy. I think it's the squished face. You're fine, Dobby. Yeah, so they'll be stitched down onto a square piece of backing fabric, and then all of the squares will get stitched together. I just haven't quite reached that point yet. Yeah, so this will be the baby blanket for my coming nephew. He's not due until November, so I've got time. I just want to try to work on it so I'm not scrambling all at the last minute to try to finish it. Oh, really? Oh, that's so cute, Merlin. Because he doesn't look like he'd be affectionate. Aww. Baby. And I guess it's because I usually hear you talking to Theo more, so I just kind of assumed that Piper wasn't super affectionate. No, that's probably not enough thread. Or is it just that Theo's more likely to climb on your desk? I'm gonna need more papers too. Look, it's fine. Just dumped a bunch of stars on the floor, it's fine. Luckily, I did have just enough foresight and planning to line out some more papers. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes sense. Theo's more likely to come bother you. Aww. I've mentioned before, you can find places online that'll sell you papers for English paper piecing. And I'm sitting here with a ruler and a pencil going, or I could just make my own. Like, I get it. Not everyone is willing or able to cut paper for themselves, but I'm sitting here going, yeah, I've got plenty of scrap paper. Why would I pay you $10 and shipping to send me things I can draft myself? It's fine. Wait, why did I switch scissors? Guys, why did I switch scissors? It's afternoon and I'm not awake. No, this is just printer paper. You can use heavier paper. It will dull your needle faster. I know some people do prefer heavier paper, but printer paper's fine with me. I even know some people that use like scrap magazine pages or like newspapers. But I've got a whole ream of printer paper on hand, so I might as well use that. Yeah, it's absolutely cheaper to draft my own. What happens to the paper in the end? So I usually keep using them until they are full of holes and falling apart. Because like, here's one of my hex ones. You can tell this already has holes in it. So once I pull them out of the back, I can use them again. I usually use them 3 or 4 times. And then once they're completely full of holes and like falling apart, I recycle them. think that's why some people tend to use like scrap newspaper and stuff too, because it's recycling. It extends the utility of the piece of paper. But this is what I've got on hand at the moment. Thread is helpful. Oh, yes. So here, so for instance, so yeah, the stars are a little bit different. So what I'll do with these guys, what I'll do with these guys when I'm ready to stitch them down is I will, oh, good Lord, thread, please. I'll iron them really, really well so that they'll hold these seams. And then I'll pull all the papers out of the back and stitch them down to a piece of backing fabric. For my hexagons, so for these, I don't know how well you can see the basting thread, but like, so this one still has a paper in it. It's still got the basting. These guys still have papers in them because they've still got edges that are loose. The ones here, because they've already been stitched down on all sides, I've gone ahead and pulled the papers out of the back. So what I do is I snip the basting threads and pull them out, and then I just pop the paper out of the back. So once it's secured on all sides, these raw edges, like, it doesn't matter if they ravel because it's secured by seams. Because these edges are still raw, you want to keep this folded so that I'll be able to stitch to them. So yeah, that's the full sequence. I do pull the papers out of the back. Where's the end of that thread? Now that's interesting. Where's my needle? How did I lose a needle? So I've got the pin. Oh boy. Is it? Did it get caught in my sleeve? Because that does happen. Uh-oh. I had it sewing this one just now. It was on here. Did it get... No, it didn't get flipped to the bottom. Chat, I lost a needle. I mean, it happens. It's fine. I would just like to know where it went. I thought I felt something catch and sort of flip. So that was probably the needle, but I don't know where it went. I didn't hear it hit the floor. It's not in my pin cushion. It's not in my sleeves. Alright, I am taking the pin out and putting that back in my pin cushion. Alright, needle. So check all the folds of my blanket first, because that's the most likely place. I actually do have a magnetic wand. I'm probably going to keep streaming for another hour and a half-ish, Dobby. Until 2 p.m. my time. So yeah, an hour and a half. I mean, if I find my needle. Yeah, like I said, I do actually have a big magnet wand. It's just that it's downstairs. Interesting. Okay. Check the fold of my shirt. Nope. I did flip it off my magnet because I felt it catch on something. I just don't know where. Okay, did it get caught on here? Ah. Oh no, that was a thread. Got excited there for a second. Nope, it's not caught on there. Oh yes, please please go do your groceries. All right, I'm gonna switch to my break screen just so that I can move the camera. Okay. Needle, needle, where did you go? This is usually not a problem I have. Okay. I didn't hear it hit the floor, but then again, I might not have. Especially if it landed in the pile of yarn. Because I don't know which way. Alright, I am going to run downstairs and get my magnet wand. I will be right back. Doesn't seem caught in my clothes anywhere. Magnet wand acquired. Okay, I wasn't sitting on it. Oh, that's fun. My metal crochet hook is not magnetic. Oh, that one is. That's fun. Okay. Oh, that's also fun. The wire for my microphone is magnetic. I mean, that makes sense. Just never thought about it before. Where did this needle go? Chat, did one of you take my needle? I don't think it would have bounced all the way over there. did it go? Oh yeah, that's true, Yalk. Probably aluminum. Okay. I mean, my main concern is that I don't want Sasha to be the one that finds it. Did I set it down somewhere dumb? Okay, it's not caught in my hair. That would have been dumb. But also kind of par for the course for me. Well, like I can keep going. I have other needles. I just would like to find this one. Like I said, before Sasha does. Okay. Well, that also requires me to find my other needles. 1 second. They're in a drawer here somewhere. Aha. What size sharp do I want? Yeah, that one. I mean, I was just complaining about that needle being dull. Sasha, come find this needle for me. Okay, well, I guess I will worry about that more later. I'm sure it's like slid down into someplace, and if it's not, like if I didn't find it with the magnet wand, it's probably not accessible to Sasha. I don't think she's dumb enough to try to eat it, Dancer. I would be more concerned that she would step on it. Yeah, I will do a much more thorough search for it later. And figure out where the heck it went. Alright. New needle acquired. Old needle... AWOL. Watch, I'll probably find it the moment I stop streaming. I'll go to get up and be like, I shook that blanket out 4 times and there it is. Need new needle, need new needle. It's a tongue twister. It's fine. Oh, headphones. I'm like, why is it so quiet? Where'd the music go? I forgot to put my headphones back on. That's better. Yeah, that's a mood too, Dancer. I usually set my needle down in the same place. Like, I usually put it on the back of here, though. And like I said, I did feel this catch on the blanket or something, so I'm sure it just flipped the needle off. It's just a matter of finding where it went. Oh, right, today's Father's Day. I need to call my dad after stream. Bye, Yelk. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the reminder. Actually, yes, let me do that. I'm gonna text my dad before I forget. Ugh, it is Father's Day, yes. It is indeed. Right, because I was asking last week. I was like, I thought it might have been last week, but no, it's today. I wonder if there's a golf ball emoji. I'm sure there's golf club emojis. Oh, weird. Oh no, there is. There's a golfing hole emoji. That'll work. Yes, everybody text your dads. If yeah, I mean that's fair, Randus. Everybody text your dads if you so choose. And if not, no shame, no shade. Everyone's circumstances are different. Oh no. It's probably my dad immediately texting back. Yeah, it sure is. I mean, to be fair, the number of cross-stitch needles that Kara's lost into the couch downstairs, this is fine. I'm just mystified that it's managed to disappear so completely. Turns out, yeah, my other needle did need sharpening. This one's going through much smoother. Good morning, Kifa. Hello. Or I guess good afternoon at this point. For me. Good morning for you. Time zones. Hello. I am not doing hexagons at the moment because I didn't cut fabric for it like I said I was gonna. So we're doing diamonds and stars instead. Also, Kifa, you missed it. I've lost a needle somewhere. It was on my magnet, and then it wasn't. And I don't know where it went. It's around here somewhere. I've checked the blanket, I've checked the floor, I've checked my sleeves. I've checked my hair. I don't know where it went. Ooh, we're doing a battle. Yeah. I'm not sure what the criteria are for choosing who it battles. I know feeding it gives it XP and raises the level. I'm not sure what the point is otherwise, besides just, you know, fun. And getting a sweet crown. eats me, but Carby is strong. Yeah, exactly. That's all that matters. Been feeding him many, many tacos. Steak. So strong. Victory steak. Yeah, perfect. Victory steak for baby. Hollow vinyl. Ooh, like for coating stickers. Excellent. I've actually also got some because I'm gonna experiment with using it as the transparency for shaker charms to see if I can give them some extra sparkliness. Neat. Oh, hollow stickers will be awesome. Ah. Come on, thread. Ooh. I like giving opinions. Good question. I tend to prefer die cut stickers, but I don't know if that's just because that's usually what gets offered, so that's what I'm used to seeing, right? I feel like it depends on the design. So like if it's one big sticker, die cut is probably easier, but if it's going to be like a lot of little ones, then a sheet might be better. I'm not sure I actually have a preference in thinking about it. As long as it's cute. Oh. Phone buzz. Oh no. Why am I being blamed for things? Oh boy, I will have to read over that later. I enjoy being blamed for things, it's fine. Okay. Cute sounds like a preference. I mean, sure. But not a preference for whether it's die cut or a sheet. For something like that, I'd say probably a little package of die cuts. Because that way you have the option. Because if they're die cuts, then if somebody only wants one of them, they have that option. Whereas if it's a sheet, the price is probably higher and they're sort of locked into getting all of them. But if they're die cuts, then at least there's the option of having them all be separate if somebody decided they did only want one or two of them. Oh my gosh. Buzz, buzz, buzz goes the phone. Oh, gosh, is it 1 o'clock already? Oh, no. Oops. That's what happens when I don't have chat focused. There we go. I guess. I'm all over the place today. This is fine. Well, of course. Enjoy, Merlin. Enjoy lunch. I will talk to you later. No worries at all. Like I said, I'll be going for another hour-ish. The usual time. And then we'll do a Julie raid, as usual on Sunday. Also, if there is a whirring sound in the background, that would be the dryer. Don't know if it's quite audible or not, but that's what that is. I really should try Kara's headset. Yeah, of course. Have a good evening, dancer. Enjoy your dinner. 'Tis that time over there, isn't it? Returned with groceries. Excellent. Hopefully good groceries. Chicken soup and garlic bread. Chicken soup and garlic bread still sounds delicious. I hope you feel better soon, though. Being sick is no fun. Especially if you're on your own and have to get your own groceries while sick. That just does not sound enjoyable. So now that you're home, please try and rest, if you can. Slept from 1 to 6. Okay, that's good. Sometimes that's all you need when you're sick. Just kind of collapse into bed and sleep it off. Come on, thread. Also, I'm going to be the mom friend and remind you to drink fluids. Tea, Gatorade, water, what have you. Juice. Just want to return to head empty. Yeah. Oh, I hate having colds. It's the worst. This sounds like the start of a Vocaloid song. Not any particular Vocaloid song, just a Vocaloid song in general. star down. And having, I don't know if you can tell, there's a little bit of like a hole in the middle, like a little bit of gap where they don't all quite come together. That's fine, because it'll be on another piece of fabric at the back. So that won't make much of a difference. chill, but I'm sewing. Working on a baby blanket. Hopefully you're also having a pretty good day. I mean, it's going pretty good except for the needle I lost somewhere. I still don't know where the heck that went. Ooh, I'm gonna need more papers. Yeah. Oh! Hey guys, I found my needle. Turns out these scissors are magnetized. I went to pick up my scissors and the needle is just dangling from them. So that's a thing. Okay, cool. Found the needle. Not where I was expecting to find it. But I'm glad it's not like lost in my blanket or something. Okay, cool. There we go. And good to know these scissors are mildly magnetized. I was not aware of that. Either the scissors are mildly magnetized or the needle is. One or the other. I would not be surprised if the needle is, honestly. Because over time, I've had that needle quite a long time, and over time needles and pins do tend to become magnetized, just from static of being run through fabric so many times. So, yeah, that's a fun fact for you for the day. If you ever go into a grandmother's sewing room or something, I still need those, and you're like poking through all their needles and pins, a lot of them will probably be magnetized just from use. There we go. The other reason it's probably become mildly magnetized is because I'm sticking it to a magnet here. So just over time rubbing it back and forth across this magnet will magnetize the needles and pins. Which in this case was useful. Yes. go for another half hour or so, which is probably just enough time to finish this star. You have a Urianger quote generation? Oh my goodness, Kite. I saw you were doing things in the Discord, but I haven't had a chance to look yet. I am happy! I was gonna do the work myself, but thank you. I just love him so much, yes, yes. Bunch of characters whose names I remembered. Amazing. Perfect. The real trick would be doing it for characters whose names you didn't remember. I mean, maybe. Anything's possible. You just have to keep hitting the button. I don't know, has she ever declared her undying love for anything in the game, though? Don't know. We will see. Also, Kitty, I figured out how magnets work. Turns out storing your needles on a magnet will magnetize them over time. Somehow. Through magnet magic. I lost a needle earlier and wasn't sure where it went. Turns out it had gotten stuck to my scissors. Because it had mildly magnetized itself and then got stuck to the blades of my scissors. And so then I set my scissors aside and couldn't figure out where the needle went. But I found it. It's fine. Like, I knew in my head that storing them on a magnet like this would magnetize them over time. I just hadn't, like... I don't know, it was one of those things I knew in the back of my head but hadn't actually thought about or conceptualized. So yeah, I've got a bunch of magnetized needles now. Or I can magnetize a bunch of needles on command. Magnets. Orange. "'Tis but by energies to bring our destination doth exist on, which he hath ever mine apologies. Pray, ere long known unto those whose fall even now seek." Oh, Urianger. The syntax on that doesn't seem quite right, but very close. Amazing. I love him. I love that the bot has determined that the average Urianger quote is like 4 lines long. Minimum output of 40 characters. I mean, yes, but that's a whole lot more than even 40. That's like 3 tweets worth. teal. Aqua. No, this is probably more teal. Oops. Sorry, didn't mean to hit the camera there. That's what I get for being right-handed and having it hanging directly over my right shoulder. Ooh, my lady, the wisdom of observation maketh ready, for never yet ere we know, precious to the offer, has kindly furnished me with the esoteric speak of Alamegan liberation. Yeah, that works. That definitely sounds like him. Alamegan liberation. Maybe he's trying to woo Lise. Or trying to butter her up for something. The bot is bringing back a lot of... Well, Alamegan liberation is important. That is kind of surprising. Maybe the bot has an agenda. It's become political, Kite. The bot isn't left-leaning, reality is? Yeah, we'll go with that. Just realized this star is randomly Miami Dolphins colors. Oh, good lord. So do we see the problem here? I mean, luckily I hadn't locked in those stitches yet. That is definitely not the side I meant to stitch together. Honestly, I'm surprised it's only happened the once so far. But what I'll need to do, because that was the second seam, the disadvantage of using diamonds, yeah. Alright. Use my needle to pick out these last couple, because they're locking stitches. And they're designed to be annoying to pull out, because this is what keeps things from unraveling. Except in the case of now, when I want them to unravel. There's one. Two. There we go. There we go. because this is an open seam. Need to use this last little bit of thread to knot it. Totally fine. Probably should have cut a longer tail on it, but was not thinking. Okay. Oh, definitely should have cut a longer tail on it. Fine. Everything is fine. Slide my needle through one more time. There we go. Not achieved. Now I can snip the rest of that. Oops, indeed. It's fine. Like I said, I'm kind of surprised I've only done it once. Let's try this again. I was so excited by Urianger bot that I wasn't paying attention to the direction my diamonds were going. Spotify's really leaning on the industrial stuff today. Alright. Yes, that's how I want it. The other mistake you'll see me make is sometimes sewing my pieces back to front with like the wrong side facing outward. Again, that's only happened to me a couple times, but it has been known to happen if I'm not paying attention. That's better. next, the other orange. But yeah, at least with hexes, I only really have to worry about the direction of the fabric pattern, if there is any. I don't necessarily have to worry about the direction of the shape itself. That's okay. We fixed it. Okay, and yeah, that should be enough thread. Let's tie my end here. That middle bit is really off. Interesting. Should be fine. Patchwork and English paper piecing is really good for being able to fudge. Yeah, see, there's such a difference there. I think my papers are... I think when I drafted up the new page of papers, it was not as exact as I could be, which is the downside of drafting my own papers. But luckily with this star pattern, it's not as big a deal. It's fine. Because I'm not connecting them to anything else, I'm just sewing them onto a backing. So if there's a little bit of a discrepancy between the edges, it's not as big a deal. It's a little bit more of a problem when there's a discrepancy in the middle like that, because it'll probably make this star a little bit bowed out, but that's okay. Again, I'll be sewing it down onto something flat, so it'll be fine. Just stop getting stuck around the points. Oh yeah, it's plenty of thread. All right. Again, trying to get these bits to line up is gonna be the bitch. Really? Here we go. Do smaller stitches along the seam because I want it real good and stuck together. There we go. Hey! What did I say? that half an hour would be just enough time to finish this star. The seam I had to redo was all part of the plan. Yes, yes. There we go. Oh lord, it's wonky. Wonky, but like good wonky. It's baby blanket wonky. It's fine. Totally fine. This kid will never notice. Alright, take my needles off and put them where they go. Alright, so that will do it for this weekend. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you to all of my followers and subscribers. It's greatly appreciated. I know a bunch of people have already tootled off because Father's Day, but as is tradition, we'll go raid Julie. She's either still playing nuts or she's moved on to 14, one or the other. Either way, it'll be a good time. So everybody have a good rest of the day. Oh, Serge is playing Core Keeper. Might have to catch up on that VOD. That's a good game too. Yeah, looks like Julie is still wandering around in the pink landscape of nuts. So have a good weekend, and I will see you guys on possibly Tuesday or Wednesday. And if not, I'll see you next week.